The moment is upon us. Kairos has arrived. Hello and welcome everyone today to the Art of Oblivion. Today we will be starting our third concurrent project in starting with the Art of War, Sun Tzu's famous, most prized work by everyone from economists to military types to people out there who just find it a great source of inspiration for their stratagems, their tactics, their ways of going about things, and thinking in a systematic fashion about what makes a good plan. And alongside, we will be starting with Remastered Oblivion, a classic game of the RPG space that everybody, at least during the time, seems to have a pretty fond memory of, especially myself. I must say that it was one of my first and most major introductions into the world of action RPGs, and it really changed my outlook on gaming, in particular for arguably up until the present. And I very much look forward to giving it its good first shot with the recently shadow-released version that changes a few of the key systems and definitely updates the graphics, running in an entirely new graphics engine, along with a few little tweaks insofar as aesthetic and design features of the overall dialogue and way things are per se executed on the user level and behind. And let me make a quick adjustment here. Then we'll get swiftly into housekeeping. With that, I think that these go together very well, specifically because, naturally, the Art of War was a crucial piece of literature, still is, as was just mentioned, for many folks who hadn't, per se, gotten into the habit of a more systematic way of planning out how they think about what they want insofar as their objectives, how they take a lay of the land, metaphorically or literally, and how they want to get about it with the most efficient manner available to them. And in Oblivion, one often has to make the same decisions. They have a wide open world at their disposal, and there are many manners in which one can go about attaining their goal, but this is where the tactics come in. You have spells, more traditional martial means, as well as environmental opportunities that lay about and everywhere, in addition to all of the consumables and items and things of this sort that influence the decision-making patterns that one may pursue and one may attain, and you have to know what you're doing inside of all of these constructed, simulatory pieces of fiction. And in that, I believe there is a beautiful crossover, just as one might say, of all of the aforesaid material in economics, in business, in personal projects of the creative variety, or elsewise. I think it's all there. And it all speaks to the same thing. So without further ado, we will start with The Art of War, a piece that was the very first introduction of this channel onto the scene of YouTube, and do it right this time. Give it the justice that it deserves. Give it the proper kairotic treatment that we expect today with Sun Tzu's On the Art of War, read by Kairos, of the Threefold Manifold, May 14th, 2025. Part 1. On the Art of War, the oldest military treatise in the world. The oldest military treatise in the world. Translated from the Chinese, with introduction and critical notes. By Lionel Giles, M.A. Probably look that up, actually. I've always pronounced it Giles, but it might be Giles. Giles, that's what I thought. English origin, apparently. Lionel, having done work on the previous book, The Birth of Tragedy, in editing it, I did find that all of my efforts in managing mouth noises and moisture and all of that certainly have paid off. So I, as much as it might be painstaking, will be continuing to do that here with this piece. And with those going forward additionally. Lionel Giles, M.A. Assistant in the Department of Oriental Printed Books and MSS in the British Museum. London, Luzak & Co., 1910. Printed by E.J. Babil. I would guess how that's pronounced. Feeble, perhaps? Might be a shorthanding here. Let's see. Hmm. Well, this is proving a little bit elusive. That might just be a misprint. Hmm. Yeah, I'm finding absolutely zero results. I must presume, therefore, that is a misprint, and we will carry on. Printed by E.J. Bill, Leyden, Now that one I feel like I will be able to look up with some success. And I was right. Leiden, Holland. To my brother, to my brother, to my brother, Captain Valentine Giles, R.G., in hopes that a work 2,400 years old may yet contain lessons worth consideration by the soldier of today, this translation is affectionately dedicated. Preface. The seventh volume of Memoires concernant l'histoire, les sciences, les arts. The seventh volume of Memoires concernant l'histoire, les sciences, les arts, les mœurs. Let's work on that one. Les mœurs, les usages, les usages, les usages, etc. Des Chinois is devoted to the art of war and contains, amongst other treatises, I remember whenever I first started that this one was a bit challenging insofar as the density of pronunciations to be had in foreign languages. Let's see. Les 13 articles de Sun Tzu. De Sun Tzu. Translated from the Chinese by a Jesuit father, Joseph Amiot. Pierre Amiot. Translated from the Chinese by a Jesuit father, Joseph Amiot. I would imagine that's Paris or Pierre. There, I was right. Père Amiot. Père Amiot appears to have enjoyed no small reputation as a sinologue in his day, and the field of his labors was certainly extensive, but his so-called translation of Sun Tzu, if placed side by side with the original, is seen at once to be little better than an imposture. It contains a great deal that Sun Tzu did not write, and very little indeed of what he did. Here is a fair specimen, taken from the opening sentences of chapter 5. De les habilettes dans le gouvernement des troupes, Sun Tzu dit, ayez de, ayez, ayez les noms de tous les officiers tant généraux que subalternes, que subalternes, Inscriviez-les dans un catalogue à part avec les notes et les talents et de les capacités et de la capacité de chacun d'eux afin de pouvoir de les employer avec avantage. That one's going to be tough for me. Look. Afin de pouvoir les employer avec avantage lorsque l'occasion en sera venue. Il sera venu. Faites en sorte Hey, it wasn't too off. Faites en sorte Faites en sorte que tout you is my guess on that one. Apparently that's saw. Que tout son coup, coûter son coup, vous devez commander. Really testing my 1 year of high school French. Small. Okay. Swamp sweat. Swamp pussy. I might just run this through a translator, honestly. That would probably be significantly more useful, actually, now that I think about it. Because being an English channel, one strongly doubts that there would be much of a French-speaking group here for this audiobook. Translated from French. On skill in troop management. Sun Tzu says, have the names of all officers, both general and junior. Write them down in a separate catalog, noting the talents and abilities of each one, so that you can employ them to advantage when the opportunity arises. Just in time for a car. Write them down in a separate catalog, noting the talents and abilities of each one, so that you can employ them to advantage when the opportunity arises. See to it that all those you must command are convinced that your main concern is to protect them from all harm. The troops you advance against the enemy must be like stones you would throw at eggs, Between you and the enemy, there must be no difference other than that of strong and weak. There must be no difference other than that of strong and weak, of empty and full. Attack in the open, but be vicious in secret. This, in a few words, is what skill and all the perfection of troop management consist of. Now that was much better. Throughout the 19th century, which saw a wonderful development in the study of Chinese literature, no translator ventured to tackle Sun Tzu, although his work was known to be highly valued. Although his work was known to be highly valued in China as by far the oldest and best compendium of military science. It was not until the year 1905 that the first English translation by Captain E.F. Calthrop, RFA, appeared at Tokyo under the title Sun Tzu, the Japanese form of Sun Tzu. Unfortunately, it was evident that the translator's knowledge of Chinese was far too scanty to fit him to grapple with the manifold difficulties of Sun Tzu. He himself plainly acknowledges that without the aid of two Japanese gentlemen, the accompanying translation would have been impossible. We can only wonder, then, that with their help, he himself plainly acknowledges that without the aid of those he himself plainly acknowledges that without the aid of two Japanese gentlemen, the accompanying translation would have been impossible. We can only wonder, then, that, with their help, it should have been so excessively bad. It is not merely a question of downright blunders, from which none can hope to be wholly exempt. Omissions were frequent, hard passages were wilfully distorted or slurred over. Such offenses are less pardonable. They would not be tolerated in any edition of a Greek or Latin classic, and a similar standard of honesty ought to be insisted upon. In translations from Chinese. From blemishes of this nature, at least, I believe that the present translation is free. It was not undertaken out of any inflated estimate of my own powers, but I could not help feeling that Sun Tzu deserved a better fate than had befallen him, and I knew that, at any rate, I could hardly fail to improve on the work of my predecessors. Towards the end of 1908, a new and revised edition of Captain Calthrop's translation was published in London. This time, however, without any allusion to his Japanese collaborators. My first three chapters were then already in the printer's hands, so that the criticisms of Captain Calthrop therein contained must be understood as referring to his earlier edition. In the subsequent chapters, I have of course transferred my attention to the second edition. This is on the whole an improvement on the other, though there still remains much that cannot pass muster. Some of the grosser blunders have been rectified, and lacunae filled up. But on the other hand, a certain number of new mistakes appear. The very first sentence of the introduction is startlingly inaccurate, and later on, while mention is made of an army of Japanese commentators on Sun Tzu. Who are these, by the way? Not a word is vouchsafed about the Chinese commentators, who nevertheless, I venture to assert, form a much more numerous and infinitely more important army. A few special features of the present volume may now be noticed. In the first place, the text has been cut up into numbered paragraphs, both in order to facilitate cross-reference and for convenience of students generally. The division follows. I'm glad I stopped right for that one. There was a car. Oh. Good progress, nonetheless. The division follows broadly that of Sun. Let's get this right this time. The division follows broadly that of Sun Xinyan's edition, but I have sometimes found it desirable to join two or more of his paragraphs into one. In quoting from other works, Chinese writers seldom give more than the bare title by way of reference, and the task of research is apt to be seriously hampered in consequence. With a view to obviating this difficulty so far as Sun Tzu is concerned, I have also appended a complete concordance of Chinese characters, following in this the admirable example of Lege. I thought so. Following in this the admirable example of Lege. Following in this the with a view to obviating this difficulty so far as Sun Tzu is concerned, I have also appended a complete concordance of Chinese characters, following in this the admirable example of Lege, though an alphabetical arrangement has been preferred to the distribution under radicals which he adopted. Another feature borrowed from the Chinese classics is the printing of text, translation, and notes on the same page. The notes, however, are inserted, according to the Chinese method, immediately after the passages to which they refer. From the mass of native commentary, my aim has been to extract the cream only, adding the Chinese text here and there, when it seemed to present points of literary interest. Though constituting in itself an important branch of Chinese literature, very little commentary of this kind has hitherto been made directly accessible by translation. I may say in conclusion that, owing to the printing off of my sheets as they were completed, the work has not had the benefit of a final revision. On a review of the whole, without modifying the substance of my criticisms, I might have been inclined I might have been inclined in a I might have been inclined in a few instances to temper their asperity. I might have been inclined in a few in- I might have been inclined in a few instances to temper their asperity. Having chosen to wield a bludgeon, however, I shall not cry out if I am. Having chosen to wield a bludgeon, however, I shall not cry out if, in return, I am visited with more than a rap over the knuckles. I shall not cry out if, in return, I am visited with more than a rap over the knuckles. Indeed, I have been at some pains to put a sword into the hands of future opponents by scrupulously Indeed, indeed. I have been at some pains to put a sword into the hands of future opponents by scrupulously giving either text or reference for every passage translated. A scathing review, even from the pen of A scathing review, even from the pen of the Shanghai critic who despises mere translations, would not, I must confess, be altogether unwelcome. For, after all, the worst fate I shall have to dread is that which befell the ingenious paradoxes of George in The Vicar of Wakefield. For, after all, the worst fate I shall have to dread is that which befell the ingenious paradoxes of George in the Vicar of Wakefield. So starting off with the preface of The Art of War, at least this edition, Lionel Giles Lionel Giles Lionel Giles makes the point crystal clear that he, just as several other translators and commentators of the past, tried to draw and translate this text into English, let alone any other language, have and will have their failures. It asserts right from the beginning the fallibility of all of the contents herein and welcomes critique. And in that, sets the tone, not as being some sort of great authority, but instead as a humble student of this grand and storied work. And for anybody joining, that is the recap section, and we will immediately and swiftly proceed on with the reply thereto. Ultimately, the preface does exactly what one would hope out of any student, scholar, or would-be architect of anything of value, but especially one on the topic of no- but especially one on the topic of knowledge. While it seems like an intuitive feature that many assume of all works, of all acts, or attempts, this, albeit perhaps not in the formal sense, ascribes what is known as the principle of fallibilism. That no matter how accurate, adequate, or apparently demonstrably correct the contents of any given piece, the contents of any given activity will, in and of themselves, necessarily be incomplete, inaccurate, or somehow not accounting for the full picture of its subject, of its object. And in that, it it sets the tone for the reader as well as the writer that one's authority is only good insofar as what they can account for in their works. It exemplifies and epitomizes humility, which is the necessary first step of beginning any knowledge, significance, or memento, or memento of anything past, present, or future. Simply put, that that whatever proceeds may be wrong, and leaves the door open to anyone who crosses the work to improve, to better, to better the topic, to show, to prove that if they have a better idea, technique, or production, or product, then the door is open to them to show it, perform it, and make it. And especially when talking about a historic translation, though this of course could be applied to anything, not declaring oneself as an absolute authority is arguably one of the best first steps you can take. Got a slow rider coming through. Taking their dear sweet time. Introduction. Sun Wu and his Sun Wu and his book. And I think I've got a pretty good grasp on how that's pronounced, but let's see. Yeah, Sumachian. Cool, cool. I imagine that's just the Chinese characters here for the translation right aside. But let's see. Yep, looks like it. And let's get ahead of the curve. I think that's a pretty straightforward pinyin. Olu. Okay. I didn't necessarily suppose there would be an H sound, a soft H after that, but Suma Qian gives the following biography. Suma Qian gives the following biography of Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu was a native of the Qi state. Let's try that one. Sun Tzu was a native of the Qi state. His art of war brought him to the notice of Ho Lu, king of Wu. Ho Lu said to him, I carefully perused your 13 chapters. May I submit your theory of managing soldiers to a slight test? Sun Tzu replied, You may. Ho Lu asked, May the test be applied to women? The answer was again in the affirmative, so arrangements were made to bring 180 ladies out of the palace. Sun Tzu divided them into 2 companies and placed one of the king's favorite concubines at the head of each. Sun Tzu divided them into 2 companies and placed one of the king's favorite concubines at the head of each. He then bade them all take spears in their hands and addressed them thus. I presume you know the difference between front and back, right hand and left hand. I presume you know the difference between front and back, right hand and left hand. The girls replied, Yes. Sun Tzu went on. When I say eyes front, you must look straight ahead. When I say left turn, you must face towards your left hand. When I say right turn, you must face towards your right hand. When I say about turn, you must face right around. You must face right round towards the back. Again, the girls assented. Again, the girls assented. The words of command having been thus explained, he set up the halberds and battle axes in order to begin the drill. Then, to the sound of drums, he gave the order, right turn. But the girls only burst out laughing. Sun Tzu said, If words of command are not clear and distinct, if orders are not thoroughly understood, then the general is to blame. So he started drilling them again, and this time gave the order, left turn, left turn, whereupon the girls once more burst into fits of laughter. Whereupon the girls once more burst into fits of laughter. Sun Tzu said, "If words of command are not clear and distinct, if orders are not thoroughly understood, the general is to blame. But if his orders are clear, and the soldiers nevertheless disobey, then it is the fault of their officers." So saying, he ordered the leaders of the two companies to be beheaded. Now, the king of Wu was watching this scene from the top of a raised pavilion, and when he saw that his favorite concubines were about to be executed, he was greatly alarmed, and hurriedly sent down the following message. "We are now quite satisfied as to our general's ability to handle troops. If we are bereft of these two concubines, our meat and drink will lose their savor. It is our wish that they shall not be beheaded." Sun Tzu replied, Having once received His Majesty's commission to be general of his forces, there are certain commands of His Majesty which, acting in that capacity, I am unable to accept. Accordingly, he had the two leaders beheaded, and straightway installed the pair next in order as leaders in their place. When this had been done, the drum was sounded for the drill once more, and the girls went through all their evolutions, turning to the right or to the left, marching ahead or wheeling back, kneeling or standing, with perfect accuracy and precision, not venturing to utter a sound. Then Sun Tzu sent a messenger to the king, saying, Your soldiers, sire, are now properly drilled and disciplined, and ready for your Majesty's inspection. They can be put to any use that their sovereign may desire. Bid them go through fire and water, and they will not disobey. They can now be put to any use that their sovereign may desire. Bid them go through fire and water, and they will not disobey. But the king replied, Let our general cease drilling and return to camp. As for us, we have no wish to come down and inspect the troops. Thereupon Sun Tzu said, The king is only fond of words, and cannot translate them into deeds. After that, Holu saw that Sun Tzu was one who knew how to handle an army, and finally appointed him general. In the west, he defeated the Chu state, and forced his way into Ying, the capital, to the north. But the king replied, Let our general cease drilling and return to camp. As for us, we have no wish to come down and inspect the troops. Thereupon Sun Tzu said, The king is only fond of words, and cannot translate them into deeds. After that, Holu saw that Sun Tzu was one who knew how to handle an army, and finally appointed him general. In the west, he defeated the Chu state, and forced his way into Ying, the capital. To the north, he put fear into the states of Qi and Qin, and spread his fame abroad amongst the feudal princes, and Sun Tzu shared in the might of the king. About Sun Tzu himself, this is all that Sima Qian has to say. This is all that Sima Qian has to tell us in this chapter, but he proceeds to give us a but he proceeds to give a biography of his descendant, Sun. Just about to begin again, and a car comes through. It'll get through eventually. And there we go. But he proceeds to give a biography of his descendant, Sun Bin, born about 100 years after his famous ancestor's death, and also the outstanding military genius of his time. The historian speaks of him too as Sun Tzu, and in his preface we read, Sun Tzu had his feet cut off, and yet continued to discuss the art of war. It seems likely, then, that Pin was a nickname bestowed on him after his mutilation, unless, indeed, the story was invented in order to account for the name. The crowning incident of his career, the crushing defeat of his treacherous rival Peng Qian. Well, let's try that again. The crowning incident of his career. Busy, busy. The crushing defeat of his treacherous rival, Peng Chuan, will be found briefly related on page 40. Will be found briefly related on page 40. To return to the elder Sun Tzu, he is mentioned in two other passages. Man, the anglicizations of these are super far off from their pronunciations. Apparently that's pronounced Shi. To return to the elder Sun Tzu, he is mentioned in two other passages of the Shi. In the third year of his reign, 512 BC, Ho Lu, king of Wu, took the field with the Sun Tzu. It is so far off. Julu. Okay. Judge. Jushu. Alright. In the third year of his reign, 512 BC, Holu, king of Wu, took the field with... Let's quickly reference that again. Jushu. Okay. Took the field with the Jushu. Ide. You win. Huh. Hmm. You win. Alright. Ide. You win. You... No. Wu you win. Ide. Wu you win. That's what I thought. And Po Pei had attacked Chu. And attacked Chu. Blasted Carsman. One after the other. And Po Pei had attacked Chu. He captured the town of Shu and slew the two princes' sons who had formerly been generals of Wu. He was then meditating a descent on Ying, the capital. He was then meditating a descent on Ying, the capital. He was then meditating a descent on Ying, the capital. But the General Sun Wu said, "The army is exhausted. It is not yet possible. We must wait." After further successful fighting, in the 9th year, 506 BC, King Holu of Wu addressed... Let's look back up at our previous reference. Jushu, right. King Holu of Wu addressed... King Holu of Wu addressed Wu Zhushu. King Holu of Wu addressed Wu Zhushu, and Sun Wu saying, formerly, you declare that it was not yet possible to it. Formerly, you declared that it was not yet possible for us to enter Ying. Is the time ripe now? The two men replied, Choose General. Choose General Zhu Sheng. Choose General Zhu Sheng is grasping and covetous, and the princes of Teng and Tsai. I'm gonna guess that's Tsai. Yep. And the princes of Teng and Tsai both have a grudge against him. If your majesty has resolved to make a grand attack, you must win over Teng and Tsai, and then you may succeed. Olu followed this advice, beat Chu in 5 pitched battles, and marched into Ying. This is the latest date at which anything is recorded of Sun Wu. This is the latest date at which anything is recorded of Sun Wu. He does not appear to have survived his patron, who died from the effects of a wound in 496. In the chapter entitled No translation provided for that one. Let's see how that goes. Okay. In the chapter entitled Law Book, the earlier portion of In the chapter entitled Law Book, the earlier portion of which Chavanier? Let's see. Chavan, okay. The earlier portion of which Chavan believes to be a fragment of a treatise on military weapons, there occurs this passage. I would hope that that is the direct translation. Okay. From this time onward, a number of famous soldiers arose, one after the other. Guilty Calfan. Yeah, that's not gonna be it. Galfan. That wasn't too off. Guilty Galfan. Guilty Galfan, who was employed by the Qin state. Wang Shu, in the service of Qi. And Sun Wu, in the service of Wu. These men developed and threw light upon the principles of war. These men developed and threw light. These men developed. Let's refresh. These men developed and threw light upon the principles. These men developed and threw light upon the principles of war. These men developed and threw light upon the principles of war. It is obvious that Sima Qian. Now I know that's not the proper pronunciation there. Ah, yes. Get ahead of the curve here. It is obvious that Sima Qian at least had no doubt about the reality of Sun. It is obvious that Sima Qian at least had no. It is obvious that Sima Qian at least had no doubt about the reality of Sun Wu. It is obvious that Sima Qian at least had no doubt about the reality of Sun Wu as an historical personage, and and one with and with one exception, and with one exception to be noted present, and with one exception to be noticed presently, he is by far the most important authority on the period in question. It will not be necessary, therefore, to say much of a work. It will not be necessary, therefore, to say much of such a work as Wu Ye. That's Wu Yue Chuan Chou. Wu Yue Chuan Chou. Okay. Wu Yue Chuan Chou. Which is supposed to have been written by Chao Wei. Which is supposed to have been written by Chao Ye. Chao Ye, excuse me. Which is supposed to have been written by Zhao Ye of the 1st century AD. Which is supposed to have been written by Zhao Ye. Which is supposed to have been written by Zhao. Which is supposed to have been written by Zhao Ye of the 1st century AD. The attribution is somewhat doubtful, but even if it were otherwise, his account would be of little value. The attribution is somewhat doubtful, but even if it were otherwise, his account would be of little value, based as it is on the Shurchi, and expanded with romantic details. The story of Sun Tzu will be found for what it is worth in chapter 2. The only new points in it worth noting are 1. Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu was first recommended by Ho Lu to Wu. Let's reference that again. Shishu. Sun Tzu was first recommended to Ho Lu by Zhenshu. Sun Tzu was first recommended to Ho Lu by Wu Zhu. Sun Tzu was first recommended to Ho Lu. Sun Tzu was first recommended to Ho Lu by Wu Zhu. I don't want to say Zhu, it's Zhu. Sun Tzu was first recommended to Ho Lu by Wu Zhu. Sun Tzu was first recommended to Ho Lu by Wu Zhu. 2. Sun Tzu was first recommended to Ho Lu by Wu Zhu. 2. He is a native of Wu. 3. He had previously lived a retired life, and his contemporaries were unaware of his ability. The following passage occurs. I suspect that is the Huainan Shu, or the Huainan Zhe. Let's see. Pretty close. Huainan Zhe. Okay. The following passage occurs in the Huainan Zhe. The following passage occurs in Huainan Zhe. When sovereign and ministers show perversity of mind, it is impossible, even for a Sun Tzu, even for a Sun Tzu, even for a Sun Tzu, to encounter the foe. Assuming that this work is genuine and hitherto no doubt has been cast upon it, we have here the earliest direct reference to Sun Tzu. We have here the earliest direct reference to Sun Tzu. For Huinanjie died in 122 BC, many years before the Shurchi was given to the world. Liu Xiang, BC 80 through 9. Liu Xiang. Liu Xiang, BC 80 through 9. In his New Order says, the reason why Sun Wu at the head of the reason why Sun Wu at the head of 30,000 men beat Chu with two at the head of 30,000 men beat Chu with 200,000. In that latter beat Chu with 200. The reason why Sun Wu at the head of 30,000 men beat Chu with 200,000 is that the latter were undisciplined. Deng Mi Shi. Deng Ming Shi. Deng Ming Shi. In his surname identification certificate, completed in 1134. Informs us that the surname Mago was bestowed on Sun Wu's grandfather. By Duke Jing of Qi, 547 through 490 BC. 547 through 490 BC. Sun Sun Wu's father, Sun Ping, rose to be a minister of state in Qi, and Sun Tzu himself. And, and Sun Tzu himself, whose style was Cheng Qing, fled to Wu on account of the rebellion. Fled to Wu on account of the rebellion, which was being fomented by the kindred. Tian Pao. Whose style was Cheng Qing, fled to Wu on account of the rebellion which was being fled to Wu on account of the rebellion which was being fomented by the kind fled to Wu on account of the fled to Wu on account of the rebellion which was being fomented by the kindred of Tin Pao. And cars can't live with him, can't live without him. Fled to Wu on account of the rebellion which was being fomented by the kindred of Tin Pao. He had 3 sons, of whom the second, named Ming, was the father of Sun Pin. Was the father of Sun Pin. According to this account, then, Pin was the grandson of Wu, which, considering that Sun Pin's victory over Wei had gained in considering that Sun Pin's victory over Wei was gained in 341 BC, may be dismissed as chronologically impossible. Whence these data were obtained by whence these data were obtained by Dingming Tongming Shi. Whence these data were obtained by Tongming Shi, I do not know. Whence these data were obtained by Tongming Shi, I do not know, but of course no reliance whatever can be placed in them. Zhao Zhao. An entrance an interesting document which has survived An interesting document which has survived from the close of the Han period is the short preface written by the great Zhao Zhao, or Wei Wu Di, for his edition of Sun Tzu, I shall give it in full. I have heard that the ancients used bows and arrows to defend. I have heard that the ancients used bows. I have heard that the ancients used bows and arrows to their advantage. Lian Yu. Okay. The Lian Yu says There must be a sufficiency of military strength. There must be a sufficiency of military strength. The Shu Qing mentions the army among the 8 objects of government. I guess that's I Ching. I Ching. I Ching. Gotcha. The I Ching says, the I Ching says, army. Army indicates firmness and justice. The experienced leader will have good fortune. I guess that's Shu Qing. Uno momento as we get this set back up. Now back to business. And I was right. The Shi Qing says, the king rose majestic in his wrath, and he marshaled his troops. The Yellow Emperor. Tong. The Yellow Emperor Tong the Completer. And Wu Wang all used spears and battle axes in order to scour their generation. Come on, let's get that. There we go. Sumapa. Okay. The Suma Fa says, if one man slay another of set purpose, he himself may rightfully be slain. He who relies solely on warlike measures shall be exterminated. He who relies solely on warlike measures shall be exterminated. He who relies solely on peaceful measures shall perish. Uchai. Where were we? Instances of this. Instances of this are Fu Chai. Instances of this are Fu Chai on the one hand, and Yin Weng on the other. In military matters, the sage's rule is normally to keep the peace and to move his forces only when occasion requires. He will not use armed force unless driven to do He will not use armed force unless driven to do it by necessity. Many book Many books I have read on the subject of war and fighting, but the work composed by Sun Wu is the profoundest of them all. Sun Tzu was a native of Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu was a native of the Qi state. His personal his personal name was Wu. He wrote the Art of War. He wrote the Art of War in 13 chapters for Ho Lu, king of Wu. Its principles were tested on women, and he was subsequently made a general. He led an army westwards, crushed the Chu state, and entered Ying, the capital. In the north, he kept Qi and Qin in awe. 100 years and more after his time, Sun Pin lived. He was a descendant of Wu. In his treatment of deliberation, and planning, the importance of rapidity in taking the field, clearness of conception, and depth of design, Sun Tzu stands beyond the reach of carping criticism. My contemporaries, however, have failed to grasp have failed have failed to gra- have failed to grasp the full meaning of his instructions. Have, have failed to grasp the full meaning of his instructions, and while putting into practice the smaller details in which his work abounds, they have overlooked its essential purport. That is the motive which has led me to outline. That is, that is the motive. That is the motive. That is the motive which has led me to outline a rough explanation of the whole. One thing to be noticed in the above is the explicit statement that the 13 chapters were specially composed for King Ho Lu. This is supported by the internal evidence. I believe that's the subsection sign, if I recall rightly. Yes. This is supported by the internal evidence of This is supported by the internal evidence of 1 subsection 15. This is supported by the internal evidence of 1 subsection 15, in which it seems clear that some ruler is addressed. In the bibliographical section, I suppose I should probably see what that translates as, if it is 1-to-1. Pin. Very cool. In the bibliographical section of the Han Shu, there is an entry which has given rise to much discussion. The works of Sun Tzu of Wu. The works of Sun Tzu of Wu. The works of Sun Tzu of Wu in 82 Pin. In 82 Pin, or chapters, with diagrams. I guess that's Shuan. Juan. Okay. With diagrams and 9 Juan. It is evident that this cannot be merely the 13 chapters known to Suma Qian. Suma Qian, I believe. And there we go. Now, where were we? There we are. And I was right in my recollection. Jing Xiao Jie. Okay. It is evident that this cannot be merely the 13 chapters known to Suma Qian, or that we possess today. It is evident that this cannot be merely the 13 chapters. It is evident that this cannot be merely the 13 chapters known to Suma Qian, or those we possess today. Zhang Xiaojie. Zheng Shouji. Zheng Shouji. In his The Justice of the Historical Records, refers to an edition of Sun Tzu's Art of refers to an edition of Sun Tzu refers to an edition of Sun Tzu's Art of War, of which the 13 chapters form the first Zhuan. And a bloody great engine roaring by. Good times. Adding that there were 2 other Zhuan besides. This has brought forth the theory that the bulk of these 82 chapters consisted of other writings of Sun Tzu. This has brought forth a theory. This has brought forth a theory. This has brought forth a theory that the bulk of these 82 chapters consisted of other writings of Sun Tzu. We should call them apocryphal. Similar to the Winta. Similar to the questions and answers, Winta, of which a specimen during with no translation on that one. Hmm. Similar to the questions and answers, Winta, of which a specimen dealing with the 9 situations is preserved. Tongdian. Of which a specimen dealing with the 9 situations is preserved in the Tongdian. of which a specimen dealing with the nine of which a specimen dealing with the nine situations is preserved in the tongue of which a specimen dealing with the nine situations is preserved of which a specimen dealing with the nine situations is preserved in the Tong Dian, and another in Shou. I believe we've encountered that one before. And another in Ho Shu's commentary. It is suggested that before his interview with Ho Lu, Sun Tzu had only written. It is suggested that before his interview with Ho Lu, It is suggested that before his interview with Ho Lu, Sun Tzu had only written the 13 chapters, but afterwards composed a sort of exegesis in the form of question and answer between himself and the king. I hate that they have so many diacritics and so many pieces of grammatic indication, and they do not capture the pronunciations at all. Goodness gracious, man. B. E. Schwinn, author of the Records of the Grandson. Sun Tzu Shu Lu. backs this up with a quotation from the backs this up with a quotation from the Wu Yue Chun Shou. The king of Wu summoned Sun Tzu and asked him questions about the art of war. Each time he set forth a chapter of each time he set forth a chapter each time he set forth a chapter of his work. Each time he set forth a chapter of his work, the king could not find words enough to praise him. As he points out, if the whole work was expounded on the same scale, as in the above-mentioned fragments, the total number of chapters could not fail to be considerable. Then the numerous other treatises attributed to Sun Tzu. Then the numerous other treatises attributed to Sun Tzu. Then the numerous other treatises attributed to Sun Tzu might also be included. Then the numerous other treatises attributed to Sun Tzu might also be included. The fact that the Han Jie mentions no work of Sun Tzu, except the 82 Pian. Whereas Sui Swing and Teng bibliographies give the titles of others in addition to the 13 chapters, is good proof. Is good proof. B.E. Schwinn thinks. B.E. Schwinn thinks. B.E. Schwinn thinks. B.E. Schwinn thinks that all of these were contained in the 82 Pian, without pinning our faith to the accuracy of details supplied by the without pinning our faith to the accuracy of details supplied by the Wu Yue Chu Chou. Wu Yue Chun Chou. Or admitting the genuineness of any of the treatises cited by B.E. Shui. Or admitting the genuineness of any of the treatises cited by B.E. Schwinn. We may see in this theory 1. distance. Well, I suppose that at least gives us time to refill. We may we may see in this theory a probable we may see in this theory a probable solution of the mystery. We may see in this theory a probable We may see in this theory a probable solution of the mystery. Awaiting, awaiting, awaiting. Well, I suppose I can talk about the delightful brew I'm having today. Tastes quite a bit like a chocolate orange. Cacao with some delightful dried orange peel and a good heaping volume of coriander and spearmint. Touch of stevia. Delightful mix. I would recommend. All right, and we're finally in the clear, at least for the moment. Between Suma Qian and Pan Ku, there was plenty of time for a luxuriant crop of forgeries to have grown up under the magic name of Sun Tzu. There was plenty of time for a luxuriant crop of forgeries to have grown up under the magic name of Sun Tzu, and the 82 Pien might very and the 82 Pien and the 82 Pien may very well represent a crowded and the 82 Pien may very well represent a collected edition of these lumped together and the 82 Pien may very well represent and the 82 Pien and the 82 Pien may very well represent a, and the 82 Pien may very well represent and the 82 Pien may very well represent a collected edition of these lumped together with the original work. It is also possible, though less likely, It is also possible, though less likely, that some of them existed in the time of the earlier historian and were purposely ignored by him. All right. To Mu. Make sure I've got that correct. Oh my god, I would have never guessed that. Sao Gong. Okay. To Mu, after Sao Gong. Tu Mu. Tu Mu, after Sao Gung, the most important commentator in Tu Mu, after Sao Gung. Tu Mu, after Cao Gung, the most important commentator on Sun Tzu, composed the preface to his edition about the middle. Eh? The most important commentator on Sun Tzu. The most important commentator on Sun Tzu, composed the preface to his edition about the middle of the ninth century. After a somewhat after a somewhat lengthy defense of the military art, after a somewhat lengthy defense of After a somewhat lengthy defense of the military art, he comes at last to Sun Tzu himself and makes one or two very startling assertions. The writings of Sun Wu, the writings of Sun Wu, the writings of Sun Wu, he says, originally comprised several 100,000 words. But Cao Cao, the Emperor Wu Wei, but, but Cao Cao, but, but Cao Cao, but Cao Cao, the Emperor Wu Wei, pruned away all redundancies and wrote out the essence of the whole, so as to form a single book in 13 chapters. He goes on to remark that Cao Cao's commentary on Sun Tzu leaves a certain proportion of difficulties unexplained. This, in Tu Mu's opinion, does does not necessarily imply that he was unable to furnish a complete commentary. This, in Tu Mu's opinion, does not necessarily imply that he was unable to furnish a complete commentary. According to the wager, should have known. According to the wager, Cao himself wrote a book on war in something over 100. According to the wager, Cao himself wrote a book on war in something over 100,000 words, known as the New Book. It appears to have been of such exceptional merit that he suspects Zhao to have used it for the surplus material which he had found in Sun Tzu. He concludes, however, by saying the Sun Tzu, Shin Shu, I should say. He concludes, however, by saying the Shin Chu is now lost, so that the truth cannot be known for certain. Tu Mu's conjecture seems to be based on a passage in the Tu Mu's conjecture seems to be based on a passage in the Hongguan interpretation. Wei Wu Ti. Wei Wu Ti strung together Sun Wu's Art of War, which in turn may have resulted from a misunderstanding of the final words of So Kung's. So Kung. Could remember. Which in turn may have resulted from a misunderstanding of the final words of So Kung's. Cao, Cao. Which in turn may have resulted from a misunderstanding of the final words of Cao Gung's preface. Therefore, I have written a brief explanation. Therefore, I have written a brief explanation. Sun Xingyan. This, as Sun Xingyan points out, is only a modest way of saying that he made an explanatory paraphrase, or in other words, wrote a commentary on it. On the whole, the theory has met with very little on the whole, the theory has met with very little accept on the whole, the theory has met with very little on the whole, the theory has met with very little acceptance. Thus, the complete library in four sections says, the mention of the 13 chapters in the Shi Chu shows that there were in existence before the Han Chu. The mention of the 13 chapters in the Shi Chu shows that they were in existence before the Han Chu, and that later accretions are not to be considered part of the original work. Tu Mu's assertion can certainly not be taken as proof. There is every reason to suppose, then, that the 13 chapters existed in the time of Sima Qian, practically as we have them now. That the work was then well known, he tells us in so many words. Sun Tzu's 13 chapters in Wu Chi's. Oh, not far off. Sun Tzu, Sun Tzu's Sun Tzu's 13 Chapters and Wu Chi's Art of War are the two books that people commonly refer to on the subject of military matters. Both of them both of them are widely distributed, so I will not discuss them here. But as we go further back, serious difficulties begin to arise. The salient fact which has to be faced is that the Chuan. Okay. Chuan. The salient fact which has to be faced is that the Chuan, the greatest contemporary record, the greatest the great contemporary record, makes no mention whatever of Sun Wu, either as a general or as a writer. It is natural, in view of this awkward circumstance, that many scholars should not only cast doubt on the story of Sun Wu as given in the Shi Chu, but even show themselves frankly skeptical as to the existence of the man at all. The most powerful presentiment of this side of the case is to be found in the following disquisition. Ah, that's just his name. Ye Shui Shin. Okay. The most powerful presentiment of this side of the case is to be found in the following disquisition by Ye Shui Shin. Ye Shui Shin. By Ye Shui Shin. It is stated in Suma Qian's history that Sun Wu. It is stated in Suma Qian's history that Sun Wu was a native of the Qi state and employed by Wu, and that in the reign of Ho Lu he crushed Chu, entered Ying, and was a great general. But in So's commentary, no Sun Wu appears at all. It is true that So's commentary need not contain absolutely everything that other histories. It is true that So's commentary need. It is true that So's comment. It is true that So's commentary need not contain absolutely everything that other histories contain, but So has not omitted to mention vulgar plebeians and hireling ruffians, such as Ying. Oh boy. but so has not omitted to mention vulgar plebeians and hireling ruffians. But so has not omitted to mention But so has not omitted to mention vulgar plebeians and hireling ruffians, such as Ying Kao Shu, Cao Gui, Zhu Jiwu, Zhu Jiwu, Zhu Jiwu, Zhu Jiwu, and Zhuan Shichu, and Zhuan Shichu. In the case of Sun Wu, whose fame and achievements were so brilliant, the omission is much more glaring. Again, details are given, in their due order, about his contemporaries. About his contemporaries Wu Yuan and the minister Pei. Is it credible that Sun Wu alone should have been passed over? In point of literary style, Sun Tzu's works. In point of literary style, Sun Tzu's work belongs to the same school. Guanzu, Liao Tao, Yue Yu. There it is. In point of literary style, Sun Tzu's work belongs to the same school as. Sun Tzu's work belongs to the same school as. Guanzu, Guanzu, Liu Tao, Guanzu, Liu Tao. Sun Tzu's work belongs to the same school as. Guanzu, the Liu Tao, and the Yue Yu, and the Yue Yu, and may have been the production of some private scholar living towards the end of the spring and early autumn, or the beginning of the Warring States period. The story that his precepts were actually applied by the story that his precepts were actually applied by the Wu state is merely the outcome of big talk on the part of his followers. From the flourishing period of the Zhou From the flourishing period of the Zhou dynasty down to the time of the spring and autumn, all military commanders were statesmen as well, and a class of professional generals for conducting external campaigns did not then exist. It was not until the period of the Six States that this custom changed. Now, although Wu was an uncivilized state, is it conceivable that so should have left unrecorded the fact that Sun Wu was a great general and yet held no civil office? What, do, what we are told, therefore, Jingju, gotcha. What we are told, therefore, about Jingju. What we are told, therefore, about Zheng Chu and the Sun and Sun and Sun Wu is not what we are told, therefore, about Zheng Chu. What we are told, therefore, about Zheng Chu and Sun Wu is not authentic matter, but the reckless fabrication of theorizing pundits. The story of Ho Lu's experiment on the women, in particular, is utterly preposterous and incredible. Yeshui Shin. Yeshui Shin represents Yeshui Shin. Yeshui Shin represents Suma Qian as having said that Yeshui Shin represents Suma Qian as having said that Sun Wu crushed Chu and entered Ying. We might have to stop here. I usually like to stop at the turn. Yeah. Of a chapter, or at least some subsection, but it looks like this one goes on for some time. And at the pace with which these are being worked through, it might take, a little bit longer than normally admitted. We'll finish this page, but then we'll call it there. This is not quite correct. No doubt the impression left on the reader's mind is that he at least shared in these exploits, but the actual subject of the verbs break, enter, power. And show. What the hell does that mean? Oh man. Translating. Always a good time. Hmm. Hellu's what it says for an English translation. Goodness gracious. Okay. Apparently that is the capital of the state of Wu. Okay. Is certainly Hey Lu. Is certainly Hey Lu, as is shown by the next words. Sun Tzu Yo Yo. Yu Yo. Sun Tzu Yu Yo. Lei Yin. Sun Tzu Yo Yo. Yu Yo. Sun Tzu Yu Yo. Li Yin. Sun Tzu Yu Yo Lei Yin. Sun Tzu Yo. Sun Tzu Yu Yo. Sun Tzu Yu Yo. Sun Tzu Yu Yo Lei Yin. Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu Yo. Sun Tzu Yu Yo Lei Yin. Sun Tzu Yu. Sun Tzu Yu Yo Li Yin. Sun Tzu has power. Sun Tzu is powerful. The fact may or may the fact may or may not be significant, but it is nowhere explicitly stated in the Shi Chu, either that Sun Tzu was general on the occasion of the taking of Yin, or that he even went there at all. Or that he even went there at all. Moreover, as we know that yes. Whoopay. Okay. Moreover, as we know that Yu Yuan and Wopwei, Wopwei, Wopei. Moreover, as we know that Yu Yuan and Bopwei. Moreover, as we know that Yu Yuan and Wopei both took part in the expedition, and also that its success was largely due to the dash and enterprise of apparently that translates to husband. Of Fu Kai, Holu's younger brother. It is it is not easy it is not easy to see how yet a it is not easy to see how yet another general It is not easy to see how yet another general could have played a very prominent role in the same campaign. Okay, well, as we have taken about 2 hours and 40 minutes to try and do a lot of translation and phonetization of this introduction, and we are still on the first section, I think we should perhaps call it here. We are 24 pages deep, probably 4 to 5 of those pages being, you know, the fluff that comes along with it, but we have not been too terribly bad with the pacing, therefore about 20 pages is pretty good, especially considering all of the aforesaid. But that having been said, let us then move on over to Oblivion, which I shall say first of all that we have not taken a look at any of the details interior to the game. There was not an opening cutscene quite before the start screen, and the audio is simply turned down for it to 0. We'll hear it now. I'll turn that down on my end. But it should be known that this is not an ultra high definition, super duper excellent, supreme version of playing the game. I have a GeForce 1080 in my rig, and while this game has been said to be optimized, that's still old hardware, so this is not intended to be a full showcase. This is intended to be fun review mixed together in the standard threefold manifold style. So, we need to start with, of course, beginning the new game, but that also means I have not yet built a character, so we'll see how this goes.
I was born 87 years ago. For 65 years, I've ruled as Tamriel's emperor. But for all these years, I've never been the ruler of my own dreams. I have seen the gates of oblivion, beyond which no waking eye may see. Behold, the land. This is the 27th of last seed, the year of Akatosh 433. These are the closing days of the Third Era and the final hours of my life.
Okay, so per the threefold manifold tradition, we have sat through the introductory cutscene, and let me start by getting out of the way the fact that, oh my god, Bethesda did something right. Whenever I first was introduced to that exact same cutscene, but in the old school... Oh, wow. Oh. Huh. Well, we might have to go through that again. There seems to be a continual issue with the recording that whenever I use just the game, it does not seem to want to record the thing without the overlay appearing on top of it, which is very strange and unusual. Okay, well, back to the main menu. A little deflationary, yes, I apologize, but to get the footage is rather of import here. Strange. Now it's not capturing any video. And I tell you, I do test these things every single time, and whenever it hits the air, then things go weird, wacky, and strange. I guess it can't be helped. Hey, there we go. Alright, I just had to play around with the recording method. Well, let's go through that again. I ain't mad at it.
I was born 87 years ago. For 65 years, I've ruled as Tamriel's emperor. But for all these years, I've never been the ruler. I have seen the gates of oblivion, beyond which no waking eye may see. Behold, in darkness, a doom sweeps the land. This is the 27th of last seed, the year of Akatosh 433. These are the closing days of the Third Era and the final hours of my life.
And now that we have gotten that recorded successfully, I'll start anew. Let's start by getting out of the way the fact that, as you just seen, during the entirety of the introductory cutscene, I had a smile glued to my face, even on the second run, because it brings flooding back all of those memories of the wonder, the mystery, novelty, and utter dedication to their own world. That was present in the Elder Scrolls team. That they brought to life right before our very eyes, and not simply as a passive piece of media that you just so happen to be watching roll by on the screen, but that you yourself have the glory of participating and playing in. And I cannot tell you how much joy it brings me that Bethesda got this one right. Compared to the original, which I'll throw up on screen now. The crispness, cleanness of the restylization, and one-to-one ratio of the mapping between old and new, literally, as a qualitative metric, is phenomenal. And there have been many attempts that have been tried across film, music, and most certainly video games. And I have got to say, that is by far one of the very best examples that I have seen yet. If the rest of the game is anything like... If the rest of the game carries all of those features forward, as was just put on full display, this is going to be something that's going... This is going to be one that consumes... This is going to be one that gets hundreds of hours put into it by me alone. And now on the technic side of things. it seems like there was a concerted effort to maintain. It goes without saying. It goes without saying that there was a concerted effort to maintain a one-to-one with this, an exact importation of the storyboard, the chain of events that followed through the original, but specifically that they have elected for a quasi-realistic style. You can see it all throughout. That while they certainly lifted the original theme, the visual motifs whereby they executed are not only significantly higher fidelity, but do not sacrifice a tremendous amount of that relatively low contrast mode of doing things that the original Oblivion did. That is to say, as opposed to some of the more whimsic, fanciful, fairy tale types of directions they could have taken it, as was seen in, for example, the transition from Dragon Age Origins, and even with a slight lean into the MMO stylings of Dragon Age Inquisition that happened in Veilguard. That sort of simification effect that I personally find extremely unpleasant and distasteful. For that series, anyway. Or that seems to be the general trend. That sort of non-offensification, smoothing out of all of that texture and vision of the medium itself. Again, raising that contrast for the sake of presentability to the audience. What would I say that this best feels like? Instead, something more on the order of taking the art style of some of the Witcher entries and blending that all together with that especial gray, but not grim, dark fantasy of the Elder Scrolls. And in that, preserving the message of the medium itself. Not just any medium, but this specific vein. Okay, and now enough philosophizing about aesthetic. Wow, that is a very insensitive mouse. Let's do that up. Well, I guess I'll deal with it for the time being then. Let's see. What will we go with? What? Well, I tend to play High Elf just because of their magic stats, which I will be doing a stealth magic. Ideally, hand-to-hand, if possible, type of character here. Just because stealth is fun, magic is even more fun, but specifically I want to do as non-lethal, pro-pacifistic kind of thing that I can, because this series is intended to not be... Because this run of games that I'm doing between jazz punk... How do I want to present this? Yes, Your Grace and Oblivion are meant to be less directly aggressive than usual. So I'll be building on that idea. Oh, and we even have origins. How delightful. Okay, well, High Elf, obviously good option. I don't care for heavy armor. I'll be trying to use as little armor as possible, in fact. I don't need the weapon skills of the Dark Elf. Does this change it terribly much? No. Khajiit? You know, I might do a Khajiit. They are going to be very, very beneficial for any kind of going on. No Nord, most certainly. Probably not... Well, there is armory. Perhaps not. You know, Wood Elves might be a fine pick. Bugger it. Let's go with Khajiit. Why not? It's been a while. You know, actually, my very first character was a Khajiit because I thought to myself, being able to jump around real goodly and hiding, oh man, I'm gonna be on rooftops everywhere. Hopping through windows and picking pockets with ease. Doesn't exactly work like that, but maybe this time. Maybe wiser, more experienced, and with a few updated systems, with any luck anyway, we'll be able to get that proper rogue-style action going. Now, origins I've not seen before. The harsh region where you lived and trained hardened your body and taught you how to defend yourself with your bare fists or any weapon you could find, or your parents lived in Palatine, and your childhood memories are filled playing and running around in the jungles or on the pristine beaches. Could perhaps have a little bit better grammar there, but we'll do it up anyway. Let's see. Strange. The sleeves just disappeared there for a second. You know, I've heard of sleeveless tunics, but sleeveless characters is a touch more concerning. I guess they're all the same coat color, huh? We'll do a little bit of, changing up the appearance as we go along. I think I'll do... Well, we started with the male character. How old do we want to be? Well, I don't know if I per se see much of a difference. Nah. Oh, we really do just have, like, one color, eh? Alright. Well, since we want to blend in, we'll go with a darker coat. Is that it for the body? Yes, I suppose. Wait a minute. Okay. Okay. Here's the section that we're most interested in. You know, I think I'll go back to randomizing from there. We'll roll the dice until I find something that looks fair enough, and then we'll make some minor modifications as we go along. I'm thinking I definitely want some tiger stripes. That'll do us well. Works on camo, right? That'll do. Alright. And now for the head. I guess we'll stick to the tones predominantly. And, big orange eyes. Yeah, let's do, big green eyes. Yeah, I dig that. Skin. Yeah, a whole lot that does, I suppose. Ah. Okay. A little bit of darkening, I don't see why not. Makeup? I guess you can put makeup on a cat, huh? Alright. Can we have a big shaggy coat? Ah, that's just for the hair. Ah, it's interesting that we can actually adjust that now. And, not terribly many selections. Yeah, I dig that one. What shall we name our character? Well, he's big, he's orange, and he's very sneaky. I think we gotta go with Garfield. He does hate Wednesdays. We know this. Stats? Oh no, my willpower's tanked. Nah, it's not too bad. That'll do. That will do. And now, as I said, I haven't gotten to play around with this. Oh my god, that motion blur is crazy! Woo! But it seems like our FPS is holding tight, which is good. Let's see. Gotta get our controls a little bit reoriented here, because the speed at which they move is no bueno. No bueno at all. Bump that up quite a bit. Relative aim sensitivity? Oh, okay. Let's do, can't scroll it. And we'll do 80. See how that fares for us. I love that they have kept all of the same kinds of slider aesthetics. Ah, that just tickles the fancy something fierce. Much better. Okay. Still, that motion blur is crazy. I wish there was a slider for that. That would definitely make things significantly better. But we'll turn that off for now. Ah, uh-huh. I see, I see. Turn our sound up a little bit since we're in a quieter section. Let's see about that FPS, actually. Do have it set to 60, since, as I said, older hardware. It has had its paces, most certainly. But let's see. And as you might understand, this is the sacrifice for this being a fresh experience on my part is that there is the need to set things up, so I'm afraid that we will necessarily have a little bit of this, at least in this session today, but there will be many ahead of us that are not quite so thoroughly. Back end, behind the scenes. I'm searching for our FPS counter. Ah, there we are. Ah, that would be our issue here. I need to bump down some of these settings. Well, I certainly want kind of all of these, honestly. We'll sacrifice that. Hair quality is so-so. Cloth can be sacrificed, and that might be a big factor there. Well, let's see how that holds. Still tanking. Awesome. I suppose that we could just do... Shadows probably having a fair impact here. Lighting. Don't want to get rid of textures. Well, better as that is, we might just want to drop our frame rate to 30 and see how that will do. Oh, that is such a sacrifice I'm not willing to make. We can always upscale. That is an option. Let's see how that does. Wow. Okay. What if we go the opposite direction? Oh my lord. It's like playing Minecraft. Okay. Huh. Let's try it in 53 instead. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I think that's the split, that's the sacrifice, that's the cut, G. Okay. Well, since we've taken like 30 minutes to fumble fuck through this, man, that's significantly better. What if I turn motion blur back on? Oh, that's significantly better. Alright, cool.
Wake up, kitty kitty. That's it. There's a rat
Hello.
in my cell, Khajiit. A fat, tasty rat. Does the kitty
Is it
want
you?
it? Is the kitty hungry?
Yes, I will absolutely consume your
Better take
remains.
whatever you
Your
can
entrails,
get.
mine.
They
Oh, okay, well if you're offering, then happily, yeah. Hand them over.
know that. First, they starve you.
Then they beat you. Then, if you're lucky, they'll kill you. That's right. You're going to die in here.
Hey, you hear that?
I sure do, buddy.
For you.
Ah, yes, they are coming for me. To let me out.
Yes, sir. My sons.
I'll come back to find you later.
Yonder.
And then I'm gonna mock you.
Know that, sire.
As you're starving. And beaten. And perhaps going to be killed.
I know it.
What's this prisoner doing here? This cell is supposed
Oh,
to be
man.
Usual mix-up with
The blades armor.
mind. Get that
The
case
fine robes.
Stand back.
Oh,
We won't hesitate to kill you if you get in our way.
yeah, happily. All is well. Go ahead. There's absolutely nothing to be concerned about.
Let's go. We're not out of this yet.
you.
Me.
I've seen you.
Really? Is that
See
so?
your face. You are the one from my dreams. Then the stars were right. And this is the day. God's given me
Today is the
strength.
day. What's going
Six
on?
attacked my sons, and I am next. My blades are leading me out of the city along a secret escape route. By chance, the entrance to that escape route leads through your cell.
Really? Then why am I in jail?
Perhaps the gods have placed you here so that we may meet. As for what you have done, it does not matter. That is not what you will be remembered for.
I sure hope not. Especially after all of that, well, we don't need to talk about that.
I am your emperor.
Who are you?
Cyrodiil Septim. By the grace of the gods, I serve Tamriel as her ruler. You are a citizen of Tamriel, and you too shall serve her in your own way.
Really? Well, in that case, the options of what should I do or I go my own way. Yeah. He is the Emperor. I'll cooperate, I'll play ball. What should I
Find
do?
your own path. Take care. There will be blood and death before the end.
Please, sire, we must keep
Of that
moving.
I have no doubt. Oh, we have folks in the chat.
Better not close this
Lee and
door.
Hayes says,
We'll open it
would
from
you
the
be
other
interested in
side.
some custom okay. Well,
This is your lucky day.
no advertising here, my friend. Not unpaid for, I tells you. Alright, well. Oh, that's an FPS drop. If I've ever seen one, let's try and work on that. What if we dropped just a wee bit? Just a wee bit. Why did that go lower? Odd. did leave the FPS on in the corner. Well, there we go. Let's turn the motion blur off. Green space reflection. Let's see how that does. Oh, no. The FPS is still doggy doo-doo as well. Oh, that's terribly disappointing. Let's turn that back on and see what else we're willing to give up. This might be the call to some upgrades that I've been thinking of for some time now. That's not the worst in the world. That FPS is still bad. Oui, Melly Dad. I hate to do it. I really do. You know, that will probably do quite a bit. These are the sacrifices I make. Well, that'll do it. Apparently. And it's still significantly better than my old reflections on Oblivion. I can live with that. That's something I can deal with. I know it's gotta be a GPU bottleneck, too. Well, new rig in hopes anyway, then. I'll probably need to do some upgrades anyhow, you know. I built this thing back in 2014 with only minor upgrades. Whoa! Good jags! Good gracious. Whew, that is not good. Let's at least do that, for goodness sake.
The captain's down. Protect yourself.
What's the matter?
This is only the beginning. Worse is yet to come.
Getting tired?
Alright then.
Are you all right, sire?
Ah, the glory days. The glory. That katana absolutely whooped whenever I remembered it. Oh, man. And see, they did not include.
Sorry, sire, but we have to keep moving.
Two-handedness in this one.
Waiting for us here.
Oh, dude!
Go back now.
The Mythic Dawn robes
Don't worry, sire.
are so drippy. Oh, come on now. You can't tell me that Garfield here does not look like the ultimate #1 badass warrior. This is excellent. Look, look at the top of his head. Oh, that's good. That's very good.
We will get you out of here. They won't be the first to underestimate the blades.
Am I just tripping, or is that...
Let's move. You stay
Hang
here,
on.
prisoner.
Let's,
Follow us.
do the drag. Do the shuffle. Come on. Scoot over. Oh, hello. The rats have come. It's a rat attack! Not today! What are you afraid of, no ghost? But you are rats, and therefore, you have my attention. Man, they shaggied these big rouses right up, huh? Most certainly they have. Now, I was trying to see, is that really just the top of the head poking through there that I saw? Or is something else afoot? No, that deadass is just my man's... Oh, it's gone now, okay. You know, we might look like we're a member of the Righteous Radiance, Revia, but, you know, I guess better that than having my entire top of my head poked through. Ah, and there's that classic float that comes along with acrobatics. Ah, I love it. I love it. I want some more of it. Alright. Ah, yes, and we are making an effort to do hand-to-hand, so I should perhaps... not be wielding a katana yet. I must say I'm not too terribly fond of the lack of ability just to hit I again to exit the menu, but I can live with that. Nah, you see nothing. No. And is there a button for slow walking? Let's see. No, it would not seem so. But I'll certainly be putting this from control through there. No, you see nothing. Garfield lives, thrives, dwells in the dark. What was that? Surge. Ah, okay. I am a tad bit on the, Monster Hunter grind set, so my mapping is all befuddled. Tin? Oh, that's interesting. We have a proximity counter, finally. I suppose, anyhow. 8 paces away. That'll be handy. Oh, hell. Let's run away! Run to the hills! Let's see if we can sneak again. Now, if I remember rightly, these rats have, like, infinite, perception range. Yes. Hiss and scratch and hiss. The end comes for you like a big fat fist. Not used to that either. It's not a hold for the sheath and unsheath. In fact, that'll bring the mitts back up. Can't say I'm unhappy with it. But it is different. Alright, skeletal sack has everything we need. Will not be using arrows, but... Hello? Take, please. Okay. Oh, alright. Strange. And now I have been told that there is... I should probably quick save before I do this, because I'm a save-scumming supreme sorcerer. But, you can just go onto any one of these empty tumblers and, grind up that lockpicking skill, no problem. But I shan't be doing that. We're going to be making an effort to do a fair play this go through. So let's have at it. I do not remember these scrolls being here, most certainly, but, again, no complaints. In and out and all about. Aha! Magic. Yes. I forgot! There was absolutely no clairvoyance spell in the past. I'll be happy to have that. Ah, that's how we do it. Now, can we get some details on these? Eye of Fear. That will certainly be in handy. Ah, there we are. This new menu does have quite some tricks. What do I have triggered for my forwards button? Nothing, I would assume. Well, in that case, I will happily take that from R to that. And we will not generally need to change our view terribly much. So we'll put that instead on R. And if I can rebind escape, that would be awesome. Perfect. Alright. Well, that does not work in the menu. That's less than ideal. We'll rebind that back to escape then. And move that to that. Oh. I guess we'll do tilde. That certainly won't do. Uh-oh. Well, I guess we could put that over to tab then. Alright. Journal. System. Very good. And inventory. But it still won't let me close from that. Okay, well... You win some, you lose some. I'll deal with it. And now, what is casting spells? Back to referencing the menu again. C? For real? What was R before? Yes. Alright. I'm not sure how I feel about the... I was praising quite heavily earlier during the cutscene. As well as, naturally, in the beginning of showing up in the prison cell. How the aesthetics were carried over directly from the original Oblivion. And I think that the Magicka menu probably is one of those that could have used a little bit of tweak. Where everything else has seemed hunky-dory so far, and I very much appreciated, having this static little bar down in the corner that kind of jumps and hitches and hikes between point to point. For a remaster, I'm a little disappointed in seeing that they didn't smooth that out. It feels like a bit of a missed opportunity there. And I am sure, and I guarantee that there will be others in the future who mod that to be a little bit more in line with everything else. But for now, standing as it is, it could be better. Alright. Let's try not to get seen by this rat. No. You see nothing. Well, small price to pay for a nice free bit of real estate. Ah, yes, those do go for a fair value. But no armor for us. We'll be rocking this robe for some time until we find something that's properly enchanted. Ensorcelled. Enriched. Oh, hello. Is our zomboy gonna come through? Oh, yes, he certainly is. You see nothing. There ain't no one here. Not headless, but armless. Alright. Curious. I don't want to risk any diseases from you. I'll keep to myself out here. Wow, you took out that rat right quick, huh? And that one too. Well, thank you for earning me a dinner. Much obliged. You're quite insistent, aren't you? What if I give you a 1-2? Wow! My man, Bick Strunk. That is going to come in mighty handy. I'll be more than happy to ply that later. Now, I believe I was trying to find that chest, and I did seek through it, but I just want to make sure. Why not? Yep, that's where I got the cuirass from. Alright. Onward and upward. Through the cave and closer to the grave. Absolutely whiffed it. Right. Saves come. Gotta get back into the rhythm. Not quite so ideal. A 1. A 2. A 3. Shit. Impatience. My greatest enemy. There we are. Bingo. Sneak up to 12. Well, never mind. That was a good run. Cease. Desist. Your rattan ways are rotten. Run to the core, I tells you! Nay! I have never, and I don't think ever, will get past the yeah! They're putting their full might into that. They have no chill to give. Not a bit, not an ounce, not even a gram worth of chill. Now, I believe I remember there were coins on the ground hereabouts, but I seasoned any. Though we have imported the amnesia bugs, that's nice to see. Ah, that's a good value. But bro, I can't carry any more items. Well, howdy. Oh, god damn, that's 30 pounds. Can't believe that. All right, well, I guess I'll have to pass on that for now, but sometime in the future. Oh, huh? Ah, another one. I'm trying to be pacifist! Do you like this? Do you see what you've done to me? Your rattin ways, your pseudo-scavenry. Taking my poor, earnest, honest member of the radiant, righteous hot rods. My radiant, righteous. What should I say here? My radiant, righteous riders, turning him all kinds of dark, evil, and twisted, from a pacifist into a passing fist. Miserable, terrible, terrible, miserable. The worst of times. At least for you. So nice to see lanterns. It is so terribly pleasing to see lanterns in place of torches or braziers here. When all kinds of fantasy settings, and I believe even the original Oblivion, forgot that oil lamps existed. Not only is it a far cry to assume that hot open burning coals is the only way to light an area, but as a matter of fact, they kinda suck at it. Not only to install, but also to upkeep. It's good to see that the Bethesda team recognized, hey, this old trope maybe needs a bit of an update. Well done. Although, having a chain directly attached to a stone ceiling is a bit of a stretch, admittedly. Can't knock them, they at least did better than they had. Single red petal. Relief. I see they have two. Quite a lovely effect, I must admit. Nah, bruh. That ain't me. You know, I'm starting to wonder, is it violence if it's committed against a hostile rodent? I don't think Garfield would think so. Yeah! One, two, three, four. How many more? That many more. My lads can't stand up to it. I just got too much beef to throw around. That is quite nice, I admit. The animations for taking all these various supplies. Simple, but effective. I dig it. Onward and inward we go. Forward and back. Be ready for a sneak attack. Over encumbered, you say? Well, what if I eat an entire 6 wheels of cheese? What do you say about that then, huh? Ah. Well, what do you know? No longer encumbered. As the one and only Garfield, of course, naturally. No one can slam a jam down this cheese like me! Wow, you guys got some help. Ah, yes. I should say, if it wasn't, caught by you, the watcher, before, I did bump this up to adept skill, so it will be slightly more difficult than average. It's always felt a wee bit cheaty to go through things with normal. Game feels a little bit too... Ah, yes. Roasting rat over fire on spit. Let me just rotate that gently. And bam! Right then, right there, get anything that I need right out of it. And turn it back. Just as the most perfect bit of politeness, of platitude, of kindness for whoever started it. God bless Todd Howard. First try. Supersize, extra fries. Not doing so good at this stealth bit yet. Jeez Louise. That was some crazy hitboxing, my man. Oof. Almost dwindled me down to 0 there. Well, let's play a little bit of kite action. That club of yours means jack diddly to me. Whenever I can feed you a knuckle sandwich. There we go. We did a little bit of that karate chop. Karate. Here to save the day. Oh, everything starts with their first effects known. That's neat. Well, let's see. Where is our... Probably not a magic. Nope. Okay. Not a character, I would think. So they did leave us with the old system of alchemy. Let's do... Restore health? And that's the only one we can do? How about restore fatigue? What is this ordeal? Ah, I see. Well, I think I'll skip on that for the time being, then. That is a A very heady way of going about things, but I suppose it's not wrong to do so. Oh, I didn't intend that. Oops. But as we know, chugging down an entire cave's worth of random garbage is the way to improve your alchemy. It's a guaranteed science, I tells you. Man, that over-encumbering is kicking in quick. Probably gonna have to drop that queer ass. Let's see. All items, and we'll arrange it by weight. Yeah, that's what I suspected. Now, if I recall rightly, it's been many years since I played this, but magic is impeded, yes, okay, by armor. What do I have these for? I'll be rid of that, thank you kindly. No need for sackcloth where I'm going. Now, I guess I am wearing boots already. I absolutely slayed these Mythic Dawn guys. And I took everything off of them, including their shoes. That's how you know that Garfield really do be rocking up on everything with experience. Oof. You can swing that axe. Oh. But these fists, they got you back. Yeah. Come on, kite powers. Activate! Yeah! Right in the kisser. Pow. So much for these lads. Ah, right. There is, for some reason, an auto walk that I'm going to be triggering continually. I think I'll leave that unbound. Shit. You know what? We'll put that on right control. I'll never be on that side of the keyboard. That's for sure. I don't know, man. This whole pacifist thing, it just doesn't seem to be working out for me. Yeah, I suppose having all of the Art of War business taking up a good chunk of things, it's not so terrible, you know? There are worse things to have happen. Ah, well, there we go again. It would be nice if there was a bit more of that Skyrim-esque system where I could just, you know. Yo, that uppercut actually rocked his socks. I love it, man, I love it. sneaking suspicion, restoration is probably going to be one of my foremost magic stats. There we go. And let's try not to get caught immediately again. My health regen is pretty good, actually. Might not be that restoration is the top. Perhaps more on the level of illusion, we'll say. Gotta rotate our rat. I guess just scoop everything out of the inside and leave the remains behind, huh? I'm in darkness! I guess that doesn't matter, huh? Definitely gonna need that endurance up, I tell you what. Ooh, that is, not ideal. Not ideal at all, good sirs. And or madams, no judgment. I don't mean to misgender you! Sure would be nice to knock him in the fire, though, I'll say. Oh, there's that adept difficulty showing through. Man, I really did not save very much, did I? Eesh. Tis what it is. Perhaps I'll actually sneak through a little bit more this time. Oh, man. Gotta remember, in any case. Yeah. Save early, save often. Doink! That did fuck all. Wow. Okay. No, I probably didn't drop my cuirass back there. Yep, still carrying that bad boy. Yep, I didn't intend to do that, though. Oof. But I do intend to get rid of that and that and that. Okay. Can't forget the wrist irons as well. Give me back that katana. Alright. And immediately fail on my intent. Well done. Still so used to that, hitting F for everything from Monster Hunter. Alright. Now that we've, made our mistakes were made. Let's try and avoid that for the up-and-comers. And save. Very easy is certainly right. Aha! Totally missed these apples before. Good thing that my character absolutely kicked the bucket. I was behind things, lads. I was against the rules! And we see what happens when you break the rules. You become a member of the stinking logs. For you all now are naught but stink. Stank. And perhaps a little bit of stunk. Here's the moment of truth. Well, so much for that. Oh, man. Well, if I would stop actually, standing right up in front of the goblin that's staring in my direction, that would probably help. Well, I just found out a new detail there. I should perhaps not keybind the auto run to the same button I use to mute my mic so that I can clear my throat. Let's do backslash. That'll be fine, I'm sure. And then immediately forget myself and stand back up again. Pitter, batter, thither, thather. Quick save. And I disappear into the black matter. Yeah, I didn't think it was gonna happen either. Okay, well, come on, guys! Time for a good old beatdown. Catch his hands, boy! Catch his hands! Catch his hands, boy! Yeet. Yeah, that's right. You show that ground who's who. Because it ain't me. Yeet! And done. Alright, back to pacifist mode. I surely have no foul intentions, I promise. Your lives are safe as can be with me. Garfield, you see. As long as you don't make a big kerfuffle and commotion. At my quiet in the dark motion! Damn ye! You broke literally your only rule, lad. Your only rule. I better get the fuck up out of here. Yeah, that's not good. Oh boy, that is not good. Thank goodness I can outrun these guys, because, they be dealing damage. I guess this would be a good time to test. Can I crouch down way far away and they just give up? Not a chance, no. Okay, well... Yep. That adept be kicking, dudes. And we are crossed over into 411. So we'll be playing probably about another 20 minutes and then calling it a day. Alright. I'll beat your brakes off and then I'll roll out of here. Well done! Thanks for the help, buddy. Oh, no, that's fine. Come on in here. I'll show you a good time. Until you do that. In which case, I'll be shown the good time. Oh, man. This might prove a little bit more difficult than I originally intended. Definitely does not have that Skyrim ease, we'll say. So I'll run away, leave it to another day, heal up, turn around, and go, yay. Oh, that's him? Nope. Whew. No. We'll make it through just fine. And without any of that, please. Thank you very much. Hang on. Wait a minute. I'll just, That work? You coming after me? Am I quiet and safe in the dark? Absolutely not, I suppose. They really are persistent. They have no chill. Into the fire with thee. Alright, now that definitely went a lot better than I was hoping and anticipating. And I got this sweet goblin shaman staff. Let's get that equipped. Well, I suppose I perhaps shouldn't. What exactly... details? Yes, it's enchanted, but with what? With what? Does not tell at all. Oh, there we are. Perfect. Again, I'm not sure how I feel about the menus, but I guess they are... They at least have the functionalities even if they are hidden. Probably just from not being used to playing Oblivion for many years, and also being familiar with this specific edition is causing me difficulty here. Come on, Berserker. Show me what you're made of. Alright. And that went better too. Happily so. My man deadass just laid down. With the rat tail sticking out and all. At least, in his passing, he's fashionable as can be. Gotta give him big ups for that. Big pot of skulls and a very easy chest. Mine for the taking, thank you very much. Won't be needing that repair hammer too often though, I'll say. Did my punches suddenly get significantly stronger, or did these ones stay significantly weaker? Hard to tell. Well, in any case, I think as soon as we get to our character allocation and get that done with, we'll call it good for the day. Over encumbered again. Drop that and take that. You can keep it. Another day, perhaps. Deeper into the cave we go. These goblins were absolutely stacked to the ceiling with lockpicks. I don't know what they've been doing out there, but they surely must have been doing well. I remember that one of these little alcoves where the stones ought to be laying. There is a
spot. Protect the Emperor until help arrives.
for sure.
Here they come again to get the Emperor out of here. You this one go down easy.
Well, that was fast.
Damn it, it's that prisoner again.
Yep. Heidi, hello.
Working with the assassins. No, he's not one of them. He can help us. He must help us. As you wish, sire.
All right.
They cannot
What you got to say?
understand why I trust you. They've not seen what I've seen. How can I explain? Listen, you know the Nine, how they guide our fates with an invisible hand.
Sure, absolutely.
I've served the Nine all my days, and I chart my course by the cycles of the heavens. The skies are marked with numberless sparks, each a fire, and every one a sign. I know these stars well, and I wonder which sign marked your birth.
Let's see. Strength and endurance? Magicka? Agility, speed, and luck. That seems pretty good to me. Ah, yes, the steed. I forgot that one. Definitely not the apprentice. Hmm. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna go with the thief. That is a big boon. Although I would happily
The
have.
signs I read show the end of my path. My death, a necessary end, will come when it will come.
Okay, well, what about me?
Your stars are not mine. Today the thief shall guide your steps on the road to destiny.
Well, can you see my fate then?
My dreams grant me no opinions of success. Their compass ventures not beyond the doors of death. But in your face I behold the sun's companion. The dawn of Akatosh's bright glory may banish the coming darkness. With such hope, and with the promise of your aid, my heart must be satisfied.
Yeah, okay. But aren't you afraid to die?
No trophies of my triumphs precede me, but I have lived well, and my ghost shall rest easy. Men are but flesh and blood. They know their doom, but not the hour. In this, I am blessed to see the hour of my death, to face my apportioned fate, then fall.
Alright, then where are we
I
going?
go to my grave. A tongue shriller than all the music calls me. You shall follow me yet for a while. Then we must part.
Roger that, boss.
You may as well make yourself useful here. Carry this torch and stick close.
Goodness gracious, give me whiplash with the way that camera's slung around. Alright, sure. Okay, but what are the blades, though?
We're the Emperor's bodyguards. Our job is to get him out of situations like this. Although I admit, things are not going according to plan.
That's so? What do you think of the guy himself?
My job is to make sure the Emperor gets out of here alive, and I intend to do it.
Alright, well, glad to know you've got, everything worked out for yourself. Just gonna stand in the doorway, then?
The Emperor's in danger!
So I see. Can't get through there. Well, you guys sure made short work of them. I'll pitch in a hand. Wow, that was fast. Alright. We're a good team, aren't we, guys? Guys.
Hold up. I don't like this. Let me take a look.
It does just look like a trap waiting to happen, doesn't it?
Looks clear. Come on. We're almost through to the sewers.
And here it is, the fated room.
We're the dry. Let's go.
Alright, let's go.
It's a dead end. What's your call, sir?
They're behind us. Wait here, sire.
Wait here with the Emperor. Guard him with your life.
You thought we'd for the Emperor!
Oh, so that's what the effect looks like in third person. Very swag.
Oblivion! Stay with the Emperor. Watch him.
No voice acting? Or did I just... There we go.
He alone knows where to find my last son.
Glad that no matter what edition,
Of Oblivion.
there's always just that perfect Bethesda jank. Perfectly summed up in that motion.
You chose a bad day to take up with the cause of the sentence.
And there I go.
Come with us. Your destiny is... I can go no further. Take the fight.
They didn't even let me move, man.
You chose a bad day to take up with the cause of the septums.
Did I?
And the Emperor!
Because it looks like you chose the wrong day to stand in their way.
Talos, save us.
You can say that again.
I failed. The blades are sworn to protect the Emperor. Now he and all his heirs are dead.
Yeah, that's pretty
Where's
bad,
the Amulet
lad.
of Kings? It wasn't on the Emperor's body.
Well, actually, he just kind of passed him over to me.
He saw something in you. Trusted you.
Oh, this is normal then? Okay.
It flows through the veins of every septum. They see more than lesser men. The Amulet of Kings is a sacred symbol of the Empire. Most people think of the red dragon crown, but that's just jewelry. The amulet has power. Only a true heir of the blood can wear it, they say. He must have given it to you for a reason. Did he say why?
Yeah, he said I gotta take it to this guy called
He
Joffrey.
said that? Why?
Well, apparently there is more than the one that you
Nothing
know.
I ever heard about. But Joffrey would be the one to know. He's the Grand Master of my order. Although you may not think so to meet him, he
Convenient.
lives quietly as a monk at Waynon Priory, near the city of Coral.
Well, point me in the right direction.
First, you need to get out of here. Through that door must be the entrance to the sewers, past the locked gate. That's where we were heading. It's a secret way out of the Imperial City. Or it was supposed to be secret. Here, you'll need this key for the last door into the sewers.
The sewers,
There are
man?
rats and goblins down there. But from what I've seen of you, I'm guessing you're an experienced knight. Am I right?
That's one hell of an assumption. I'll do a custom class as I want to. Ooh, but I want stealth and magic. Stealth's easy to gain, but magic, on the other hand, take a bit more effort. Yeah, okay. It's going to be an interesting spread for our favorites. Ah. Only two, then. Strength and intelligence it is. I want that agility real bad. But I can just enchant up to them. That's fine. We'll do hand to hand. Blocking is neat, but not really important here. Definitely want athletics. Hello. I'm pressing D, but I can assure you that there's absolutely no page flipping happening. I'd have to go through this manually. Probably could fix that, Bethesda. Let's do... Acrobatics, sneak. Yeah, that's a non-issue. Take care of that the old-fashioned way. Save scumming my way through as ever. Definitely need illusion. Alteration seems like my bag. And I'll do mysticism. What shall we call ourselves here? Specialization of magic, favorite attributes of strength and intelligence, major skills of acrobatics, alteration, athletics, hand-to-hand, illusion, mysticism, and sneak. Well, considering we started out in a cell, having no apparent knowledge of who we are or what we're doing here, and kind of just fell into all this, not only with the story to hand, but also kind of the way I think I'm gonna play this, well, why not call it Charlatan? Charlatan will also do, I suppose. I think that's just as fitting as any, earnestly. All right.
Really? I would never have guessed. Still,
Really? Me neither. All right, well, what about after this, you
must get the amulet to Joffrey. Take no chances, but proceed to Wayne Priory immediately. Got it?
No. Could you tell me a little bit more? Give me a little bit more.
You'll be fine. I know this is a lot to take in all at once. No one's more surprised than me that I'm sending an escaped prisoner off with the Amulet of Kings. But the Emperor trusted you for a reason, and I trust the Emperor. The Amulet of Kings must get to Joffrey at Wayne Priory. He'll know what to do with it. Joffrey should know how to find the heir the Emperor spoke of. The amulet must reach Emperor Uriel's heir, so a new Emperor can be crowned.
Alright, well, what do you get up to then?
I'll stay here to guard the Emperor's body, and make sure no one follows you. You better get moving. May Talos guide you. By the way, thanks for recovering Captain Renault's sword.
Oh, yeah, of course you'll just, yeah, Go ahead, have it. I wasn't gonna pawn that off or anything. Well, I guess there's, if there's no need for you to have, any of that...
Leave the Emperor.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'll just go, I'll head out of here then. You take care out there. It'll be a swell time. Goodbye. And again, it would be nice to be able to open that door just with hitting E again. And into the sewers we go! Down, 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 down. Down into the stink hole below. Alright. Well. Yes. Gotta remember that I've moved that to tab. Let us take a proper save. If we can do that, that is to say. Now, we'll call this... no namings, apparently. That's fine. But... let's actually go into third-person mode. Well, never mind, though. Having gotten our first little session in, rolled thoroughly as it was, and getting accustomed with all of the control schemes and details of making this all work together here with us today. We didn't get too terribly far into it, but in the time that we have had, despite a few shortcomings that could probably be fixed up with a little bit of patching over here, or maybe a little bit of modding over here, so far I'm digging it. I'm liking it. Maybe even slowly but surely convincing me that I'm loving it. Thus far, genuinely it does play, like all the other folks are saying, like old Oblivion. And in that, it has its shortcomings and its greatnesses. But no matter what, it is what it is. Oblivion through and through. At least so far as I've experienced it. At least so far as it's come. At least so far as it's come. And I'm curious to see if it holds up with that. But in any event, it's time to bid farewell. Okay. I thank you all for joining us here today at the Art of Oblivion. If you liked what you saw, please do feel free to like, share, subscribe, tell me what you thought about it, whether you did or didn't like it, and of course, check out all of our links below to X, Instagram, Spotify, BitChute, and if you think it's worth a little bit of your monies, take a one-time donation over to our Stream Elements, or, if you'd like, if you'd care to, there's always the Patreon right there next. There's always the Patreon right there next to it. And, without further ado, I hope that you all never miss your opportunities.